Bird up.
And thus begins the pursuit of the truth, chat. Can you handle the truth? Or will we have to pry out the truth from the dead hands of the evil doers or something? Or something like that. I don't know. Hi! I've arrived, and we're here to do stuff. I'm not here anymore. Whose stuff? Wow. We literally just started Wario, don't worry. Okay, wait, one sec. More music. How about we do a little... a little sneak peek into some music for the sequel that we're gonna be playing after Zelda. A little sneak peek into some music in the next game. You're gonna eat pizza real quick? No problem. All right, this is gonna be a really long case, so let's get into it, because we don't have time to fuck around. I don't have time for any of that shit. But it's time the truth is revealed, chat. That's the name of the song, do you get it? The truth is becoming revealed right now. There's so much truth going on right now. Okay, let's do it. Let's get into it. Fuck. Yeah, you know what? You know what, Mike? I'm sorry I'm not sure if I agree with your views, and I forgot that this was redeemed as well. Don't laugh at me. Here we go. Turnabout ablaze. Episode 5. Turnabout ablaze. 2 cards. One of the Black Raven and one of the White Raven. A country torn in 2. One to the west and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. It's the Yatagarasu! The Yatagarasu's here! You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay! You! 8 hours earlier. March 14th, 10:17 a.m., High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Well, judging what's going to happen in 8 hours, you're not going to be enjoying that for very long, Edgeworth. So enjoy it while it lasts. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewater Land theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back into my office. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! This is big. Big, I tell you. Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly, the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. Poor Edgeworth. Rhoda, it's no time to sleep. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, you must know. It's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say, what? Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay. What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important than I want you to see. Oh? And that is? Take a look at this! On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentions is today! Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry! The embassy awaits! I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. We don't even know what country we're going to! But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical? Okay, that's the first time I've seen that word. Canada's embassy, yes. Of course. Lackadaisical. Is that how you pronounce that? I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up. Well, then you should get too wound up too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Brian Fatherday, 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. Ah, she makes me so mad, the phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send someone like a calling card until the company's underhanded dealings are made public. The target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. The Yatagarasu's card that was shown in this article. It looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No, no reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also somewhat of a very special nature to me, I agree that there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around! March 14th, 5 o'clock p.m., Theatrum Neutralis. By the light of this night's glorious moon, we are ready! Ready to embark on our nightly outing! What the fuck? And this is where our tale begins! What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome! Steel Samurai, Sushi Slash! I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have 2 countries sharing the same building. 2 countries sharing the same building, huh? Intriguing. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the 2 countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the 2 countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. The Republic of Bapal is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. You've totally got to see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. Chat, who are you a bigger fan of? Steel Samurai or Jammin' Ninja? I gotta say, I'm a Steel Samurai guy. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. He's got a point there, Edgeworth. I'm a Jammin' Ninja. You see, I see. So anyway, about today's event, what is it called again? The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babal Goodwill Jubilee. Hi, Yoda. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. These 2 countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality of Cadopia. Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. Yota. I said Yota. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in 2, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Cadopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases are related to the Principality of Cadopia. The plot thickens, chat. So, Cadopia split in 2, and now we are in the embassy of the country that split into 2 from Cadopia. And the past 2 incidents involving the smuggling ring. Wow, it was Cadopia before they split. Wow. What the fuck? What does that mean, chat? What does that mean? What does it mean? In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split in 2. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me. What were we talking about again? If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we're talking about the Albast versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other, but supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they've decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the verses? Also, both countries claim to own the real Prima Duck statue, a national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Oh, there's no way that's gonna go wrong at all, right? Absolutely no way that could go wrong. Nuh-uh, no way. Is that a JoJo stand in the background? That's the Steel Samurai. Hey, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself, you know that. She had better be saying that in jest. Hey, I could read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. There are pamphlets about the two emissaries here on this table. No, we can't. No, I cannot, Stevish. It still looks weird to me. The country split into two a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh? I should think that it's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. I think we still have the evidence from last stream up, right? Yeah, we do. Let's get rid of all that. What's all the hubbub? Both countries have... Okay, one sec. Both countries have a Prima Duck statue, which are the national treasures of each country. They each also possess a set of 3 finely crafted knives. Kingdom of Alabast. The Kingdom of Alabast still produces the very luxurious Cadopian paper, which is renowned for its extremely high quality. The Republic of Babal. The Republic of Babal is the sole producer of Babalese ink, which is made from whipped crystal. It is also known to generously offer coupons. Ah! Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! And he's got his son, the Iron Infant. The Iron Infant? Are you fucking joking right now? Please say psych right now. Please say psych right now. Please say psych. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't do it. I can't. I'm going away. Bye! I'm not here, chat. I'm not here. I can't deal with this. Is it gone? Chat, is it gone? It's not gone, is it? May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. By the way, just so you know, Edgeworth is like a total in-the-closet Steel Samurai fanboy to the extreme. And it's hilarious. He's like, I can't possibly admit that I'm a fan of this show. He's too proud. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. He got a signed card. It looks like he's written something down for you. To Edgeworth, from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. Wow, an autograph! Pretty cool that you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Bro. It's because he's the daddy to the Iron Infant. Still is funny. Ow. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you. And now, the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the kingdom of Alabast to shake the hand of the ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. No! What is that woman doing here? What are you doing here? Get that woman out of here! Lot of heart! What is this bitch doing here? He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babal. He is set to meet with the ambassador of Babal at that time. Ah, the Jammin' Ninja show's about to start. Lot of heart, more like lot of inconsistencies. So true. We gotta get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't much of an interest in ninjas. Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If there's even a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? She's gonna be a witness again, isn't she? Oh, absolutely. I could listen to that A Ninja Marked for Death's Lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice. Now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Ah, those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there. I've got to have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Prince Mizola wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely, it was simply a prank. No way! I just know the Yatagarasu will show! But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild juice chase. But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake? Oh, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We've got a problem! You spoke too soon, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has been spotted at Alabast! What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony. Uh-oh. Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter. What the? Hey, the Steel Samurai just waltzed straight on through without one. And if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape. Hey, a country's embassy is considered to be part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country... Mr. Edgeworth! I'm going to enter through Babal and climb over the wall into Albalist. Okay, can we not commit fucking illegal entry into a country, please? Okay, can we not commit crimes?
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another... Okay, are you listening to me? Okay, Faraday and I are coming through. Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her! Anyone! March 14th, 6:12 p.m. Open air stage. Okay, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Ack! Fire! This is too big for us to handle! Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babal too! You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay, you had better be alright, wherever you are. Bobble E's emissary, secretary's office. I told you it wasn't me! Great, Kay is arrested for murder. Of fucking course she is. Of course, she's the Maya of this game. She had to be convicted to a crime at least once.
Hold it!
Kay, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Now, can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. Geese. It wasn't me. That's Manny Koshin. From the case 7 years ago. And he's dead. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open-air stage. A suspicious person? A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is, correct? And if you are making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey, pal, just who the heck does what you said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting as on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, Detective, emissaries are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Something like that, if that's how you pronounce that. Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? Fucking damn it! Damn it, Gumshoe! It took me a moment to get what he just said, and it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Bogus Pintus? Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That was what agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place. Which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir! Please leave this matter in Interpool's hands and go home. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth! In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Miss Von Karma! Speak! Who the hell is this nerd? Ambassador Palena, I truly appreciate allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. Manny was my secretary, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francisca. Well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning you have no authority to conduct. Already? What is it? Ambassador Paleno. And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you are? Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paleno. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Mr. Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? Legal loopholes! Chat, to be honest with you right now, this is a very, very minor spoiler to this case. This whole case is about legal loopholes. Unironically, this entire case is very much legal loopholes incarnate, and you'll understand why later on. If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to take you should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. Stevish, why are you doing this? If you are done playing games... Right, let's begin the investigation. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty to the Balbanese embassy today. And why are there police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years. It was more or less a mutually beneficial agreement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Ah! Look forward to your next salary negotiation. Although, it is out of my hands. Sir, if it gets cut any more, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. Man, poor Gumshoe. Why does he still work at this job? Seems like an abusive relationship. So our victim was the secretary of this emissary, I take it. Manny Kochin. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire had been a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Kochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire? What in the world happened inside this room? It's a knife wound. It's obvious that he was killed with it, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? The thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although, it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. This man, where do I know him from? Gee, where do you know him from, Edgeworth? Maybe from 7 years ago from the case you just remembered? Oh shit, he's got the Yatagarasu key! There appears to be something in his pocket. This key! It can't be! Isn't this the Yatagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... Huh? 7 years ago? You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes, it's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. What? Miss Faraday was killed with this key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. Eek! Scruffy, at the very least try to remember the details of the crimes you were suspected. Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge. Oh, I feel like the victim right now, all trampled on, sir. I suppose I'll just fill you in now. The secret to this key is... Oh, wow, that's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick. We're getting a lot of evidence. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It is a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vines, sir? I think it looks like a bunch of stairs, if you ask me. A bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babalese embassy secretary holding this? While we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess this key, we do know that this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Kadopian embassy. That's right. Mr. Furry had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kadopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Paleno about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kadopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you might have. A small personal safe. This was Mr. Koshin's office. So perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Bro is T-posing on us. Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Mr. Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site. You got it? If I let you examine the site, my superior would get really angry at me. You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says? Yes, I suppose we might as well. Hey, it's another butterfly! I believe it is the symbol of the Republic of Babal. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. It definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Oh, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, detective. However, I have yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir. Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire. Ah, so even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Paleno, are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babal. These butterfly-themed knives, along with the Alba's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babalese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Master Palano, what is this notch here for? Oh, that! Hi, Wario. It's a feature that these knives are in. You can freely exchange the handles on them, so that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives are constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. These shelves are lined up with American souvenirs and memorabilia. It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, I thought this was the Balbanese emissary. So, why are there so many American souvenirs, sir? Perhaps the Balbese are studying American culture and our tourism industry? If they have plans to make the Balbese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose. He said that if I bring these with me to Babal, I can trade them in for a few buffets. Oh, so how do you expect to travel to Babal? Well, the whole world is connected by the oceans, sir. And for all you can eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babal if I have to. Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? Bro's got an all you can eat buffet coupon. Relatable. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. A ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It is a fan that is installed on the ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I better go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. That's what comes to. In the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please don't touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretat. But there's a possibility that it is related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? I agree, Kite, it does sound good. I don't think I'd swim an ocean to get it, though. We can't force it to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the prima duck statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. Examine the clock. It looks like this was once a magnificent grandfather clock, but has been fallen victim to the fire. Mr. Edward, are you looking for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it matches too. That's quite enough, detective. My statistics look fine, Sharpie. So I don't think it's my end for once. Everyone else okay? Also, hi Sharpie, how are you doing? By the way, chat, you notice something new that I added? You freeze sometimes. Is anybody else having that issue? Because my statistics look fine. It's saying I'm not dropping any frames. So that's weird. What the fuck? Okay, now fucking Fire Ninja's saying they're stuttering. Here, one sec. I'm gonna load up the stream on my phone and make sure it's okay. Give me a second. Well, I mean, it looks fine on my phone right now. Okay, well, just keep me posted on that, guys, okay? And I'll see what I can do. But it looks fine from my side, statistics-wise. Okay, so Sharpie, that sounds like it's on your end. I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Hi, Silver! Ambassador Paletto, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask that you cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're rather strong, man, aren't you? How fascinating. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept the bribe. Oh, no. These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babal. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now I remember. The Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased, Manny Koshin. He was my secretary and the emissary Secretat, charged with running the whole place. Secretariat. Secretariat. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything. Accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So, in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness. However, I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh, yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. Froze and back again? What the fuck? Oh, wait, I did drop a frame. It says I dropped 0.3% of my frames. That would cause a slight stutter. Potentially, but it shouldn't cause that much of a stutter. Huh. Weird. Hopefully it's not a serious problem. Keep me posted, chat. The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case. Froze again? Okay, now my statistics are bad. Now I'm seeing bad statistics, chat. Okay, there's something going on with me. It's not you guys, it's me. Here's what I'm gonna do, chat. Here's what I'm gonna do. I need to refill my water anyway. I'm thirsty as fuck. I'm gonna go refill my water, and I'm gonna go grab my Ethernet cable and plug it in, and see if that helps. I'll be right back, okay? Alright, I got some cereal, and I plugged in my Ethernet cord. So, there hopefully shouldn't be any more stutters. If there are, it's not my fault. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee the embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? I'm gonna put this on autoplay while I eat. We can't have tourists and visitors to our emissary think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the emissary is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best now is no longer with us. Ambassador Plano, I was wondering if I might ask you about Cadopia. Cadopia? Alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to talk to you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh! How fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In this knife form, there's a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Cadopia.
Hold it!
How did you come to that conclusion? There's both the Cadopia, the butterfly, and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Cadopia. Well, I know, this key was stolen from the Cadopia embassy 7 years ago by Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Oh, really? You were not aware of that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at the time? I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. Hi, Wu. Yeah, Wario, here's the breakdown, okay? Alright, let's finish this conversation, and then I'll get you the breakdown. It only became the ambassador after Babal became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Kochin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present. Okay, so here's a breakdown. Case got wind that the Yatagarasu sent a calling card to an embassy. The embassy was the country of Cadopia. However, the country of Cadopia was split into two countries, to the country of Alabast and the country of Babal. This embassy sits on the border and treats these two, and then there's a neutral building right here. So Cadopia is both this country and this country put together in the past. Cadopia was the setting of the KG-8 incident from the previous case, where the embassy was ransacked by the Yatagarasu and all the murders happened. Cadopia was, and also seems to have a connection to the smuggling ring that was investigated in the previous cases as well. So you can see some more information about the two kingdoms here. Both countries have a Prima Duck statue, which are national treasures, and apparently there was going to be an event later here where they were going to analyze the two statues and find out which one of them is the authentic real statue from the two statues that they're holding. Another thing, if you remember the very first case where the murder that happened in Edgeworth's office, some files from the KG-8 incident were stolen by someone who held up Edgeworth at gunpoint, and they left the black Yatagarasu card. In this case, somebody left a white Yatagarasu card. We don't know what that means yet, just that it's probably important. And then afterwards, someone said, there's been an emergency. The Yatagarasu has been spotted. Kay then ran off and planned to jump, and then Edgeworth followed, and Edgeworth saw a gigantic fire. And then we walked in here, and Kay is now under suspect of murdering Manny Cochin. And if you remember, Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KG-8 incident from 10 years ago, and ended up becoming not guilty. And there's the breakdown. Okay, are you alright? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't. I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It'd be wise of you to give up while you still can. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. You go ahead and try then, if you're that confident. Can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocent post-haste. We got motive on knife handle. The butterfly-shaped guard adorns the handle of the murder weapon. Butterfly of Babal, national symbol that adorns the national flag. Alabaster flower is its counterpart. The Secretary's office safe. It can be opened without its key. This key was stolen from the Gadopian emissary 7 years ago by the Yatagarasu. What do we got, chat? Chat, come on, put some logic together. The left two? The design on this knife's handle, it greatly resembles a special Babanese species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says it right here. This knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means the knife used in this crime was found right in this room? We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Kochin's pocket. Which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to this personal safe in his office. Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside! Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. What is this here? It looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more like to me it's stuck in the safe. You're right, it won't budge anything when I tug on it. I don't think I've ever seen a staker stuck on the inside of a safe before. Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that... Which one, chat? Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall of this safe. In other words, the safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. It's correct. I got hiccups. I'm okay. Sorry, just the food went down the wrong pipe. You know how it is. And how shitty the human body is. How do we go about opening the door to it then? There's no other lock or keyhole in sight. Actually, there's one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Yes, and I believe that spot is the key tool to our mystery's second lock. The safe and its locks. Alright then, since you're so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced that answer. Well, chat. Hey, there's a hole here, sir. It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole. Wow, that's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? It's shaped kinda like a star, don't you think so, sir? Detective, I would hardly call that shape a star. There must be some reason for this hole. Well, there's gotta be some reason why this hole's shaped so weirdly, you know? Am I overthinking this? No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm overthinking things? Nah, there's no way I could ever do that. Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me. It looks like such a serious safe. There's not a scrap of paper inside. Which reminds me, the space in your office is just as empty, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Really a coincidence that both the safe and empty directive. I'll make that a triple coincidence because my piggy bank at home is empty too. I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, detective. Alright, chat, what are we deducing here? Chat? You deduce a gumshoe is fucking broke, man? That's not a secret to anyone. Deduce the latch thing with the key? Sure. I'm not gonna wait for confirmation on these ones because I just want to get through these smaller ones quickly. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping this door shut, nothing more.
Hold it!
Is that so? The person who uses this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure his safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to be hid in half? It looked so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of this safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove it to you right now. That the Yatagarachi's key is the key that will open it.
Objection!
The Yatagarasu's key. Ah, this better be a very bad joke. Hi, Nightcrawler. How you doing? Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatagarasu's key is the very key that will open the... Okay, yeah, you literally just said that. Just do it. This key opens the first compartment of the safe. The keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the Kadopian emissary. We confirm that as a fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking? Ah! It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous! It looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and the key to it conceal such clever tricks. Whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe! Yes, we're opening it now, sir! These items! They're... It's a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're part of... You're in the way! Now move, Scruffy! I didn't think I was in the way. These pieces of art, they're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Eek! Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Why? Do you have any idea what would happen if you were one of them to break? Is it just me, or did she hit one of the pieces of art just now? Enjoy your food, Fire Ninja. This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Beats me, sir. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, Detective? Mr. Cochin's name is written on here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. To build this sort of trick into one safe is really something. Yeah, it's neat that the safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is at the other end of the key was another key. I totally hadn't noticed. I wonder if Mr. Kochum was just paranoid or if he had secrets of that great a value. Speaking of paranoid, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was going to stab myself. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty. Yes, sir. Wait, what else am I supposed to investigate here? It appears that we found the key to the Yatagarasu. No, Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. As it was originally from this emissary, maybe she came back to return it? I don't think she's the type to be so kind as to do such a thing, Detective. Okay. What do you think, sir? Callisto Yu. For what reason did she steal the key? Oh my gosh! Bro, I'm on wired internet. It's officially not my fault. I think Twitch is just acting up or something. That was explosive. Like, yeah, there was a brief moment where I went into the red, but we're good. It looks like this might just be like it's perfectly fine, and then I have a moment where it freezes, and then it comes back. So, honestly, probably not that big of a deal. I'm not going to worry about it. If it happens, just let me know, and I'll repeat whatever you guys have missed. This is weird. It's like... No, I've examined everything here. Miles Edgeworth, what is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think that will really be necessary, Francisca. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then, why is she here at this embassy? I was investigating at the Alvestian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Ah, that's right. Yatagarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Balastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Balinese embassy. Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alvestian embassy acting as a bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect of the murder that occurred in this office is a little girl, I see. Is she, perhaps, trying to be the Yatagarasu? Kay would never harm a soul, sir. Kay. You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here. Looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Kay is trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. But all we've had is arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract, and it's going on the rap sheet. If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu. There are still some burnt objects scattered on the floor. Well, burnt things get burned and then become burnt things, you know? No, because there's no way to prove that the burnt thing started out as a burnt thing. Was it a burnt thing or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir. Yes, I suppose it's a hit hard for someone with a burnt-out light bulb to comprehend. Damn, Edgeworth, can you lay off the insults? Gumshoe's just doing his best, you know? Well, there's only one logic connection here, and I don't really see anything else to investigate. Should I lock this in, or should I investigate some more and potentially see more logic? Personally, I think there is a connection here, but what do you guys think? To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Yatagarasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Francisca, you are in pursuit of some dirty underhand dealings yourself, are you not? Somebody tells you that this is no coincidence. In that case then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Balimbi's embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I might just need to ask Francisca about her smuggling case in more depth. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that? Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from the various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. This accounting document? It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not so sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. Next time on Game Theory. Thanks for watching. What you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Catopia, which means that somewhere in the countries of Albast and Babal is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Well, we now have some context for over here. So that's pretty sus! I don't think I need to spell this one out for you, right, chat? Actually, you know what? Let me know. What do you want me to present, chat? Come on, like... What could it possibly be, right? Wow, it's almost like this is really sus. Eureka! Take a good look at these documents, Francisca. You literally looked away for that period of time? Rip. Anyway, it's the missing page, yeah. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Yes, and with this it has become crystal clear that Mr. Colton himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Balbanese ink. Balbanese ink? Balbanese ink is a special product of the Republic of Babal. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported. And that reason is... that's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cushion. His base was in an emissary, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was laying judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he's dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds. Have random special exports? A lot. It happened in Apollo Justice as well, with Virginia. Well, I'm not interested. Francisca, you must know. that Manny Kochan was a suspect in the KG-8 incident. Of course I know, on top of it being the head of a smuggling ring. There is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Investigation complete. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be? Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu, K. Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Kochan. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! What does America export in AA? Guns? Can you say no? Can you deny that? That's guns. I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here, and he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Hold it!
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that K. Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well, I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Even your police confirm that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Palbi's embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this killer claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there is no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Vei is because you think she is the Yatagarasu? Exactly. But it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. How many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu. Very well, then I shall prove that Kei is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Kochan. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. Even your police force. Okay, what do we do in chat? Presenting? Pressing? Even your police confirm that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Palbi's emissary tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this emissary. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. So Agent Sheena suspects Kei of murder simply because Kei is the Yatagarasu. But if I could prove that the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder, then I may be able to begin to reason with her. Hi, Zoldo.
Hold it!
If nobody says anything, I'm just going to press statements because that just makes sense. They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting that the Yatagarasu that committed murder eluded us. Of course, I chased after the Yatagarasu that entered the Babahi's emissary right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there is only this girl. Someone else do the refresh. I already gave it for Awario. I'm sorry. In any case, this is what I believed happened tonight. The confusion caused by the fire. Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen this person start the fire. It sounds like we have a phantom in our midst. Yeah. In a way, he could be considered a phantom, with the way he randomly appears. Fucking gumshoe. Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she's a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, "I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret." Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Kochan for the key. I see. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement now just didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Kochan for the key. So you're claiming that Kay knew that a foreign country's embassy had such documents? As stated in the calling card, Yatagarasu was out to steal a dirty secret. Which means that the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong! It was the fake that sent that card! Your words are meaningless. If you truly are innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I leave it to you to handle this. Yes, I'd rather you did. The Yatagarasu's goal, huh? You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. So this is the new statement that was added when we pressed her. So, and as Ace Attorney goes, this is likely the statement to present on. So, chat, what are we doing? Chat, look, we got an autograph from the Steel Samurai. Married man of Old Tokyo. Cause of death, single stab to the base of neck. The body wasn't badly burnt in the fire. Balbi's knife, one of a set of 3 ornamental knives, covered in the victim's blood. Blade is the same as the wound. Yatagarasu key. The Yatagarasu stole this from the emissary 7 years ago. It is also a knife. Both countries claim to own real one. Natural treasure only Ambinus and Secretat can touch. Doc related to the smuggling of Balbi's ink. It appears to point to Mr. Cochin. Alright, I know what to present here. Do we agree with Awaria? Zoldo does. I'm lost, so you'll just go with yes. Well, the document is she wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. And the one that he's trying to present is, this is the key. The Yatagarasu stole this from the emissary 7 years ago. It is also a knife. Okay, we got enough yeses. Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you, but there's a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Cochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents are still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Cochin had the key on him. If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need, reason, all of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. I'm surprised I didn't mention the fact that the Yatagarasu already had it. I mean, that objection makes sense, I suppose, but, like, I feel like ours was better. Whatever. It worked. That's all that matters. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe second compartment before returning the key. Dark! But the fact still remains that Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death. But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. Definitive evidence. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no others. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear. And you came in here because you were chasing this suspicious person? That's right, I ran to this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing the girl scream. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon? I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me. You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That, I don't know. But I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh, she has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't. Okay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife in the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument. Agent Sheena's proof is the Belbe's knife that Kay was allegedly holding. Yeah, so how are you going to prove that Kay didn't do it, sir? If Agent Sheena wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here, then I must show with evidence that Kay couldn't have committed the murder. But you do have such evidence, sir? Yes, there is one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me. And I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. What are we doing, chat? Was the room already burnt? Essentially, the fire happened while the murder was going on, from my understanding. But it was already about to die down by the time Kay stumbled on the crime scene. Cause of death, single stab to the base of the neck. The body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. One of a set of 3 ornamental knives covered in the victim's blood. Blade is the same as the wound. Alright, chat, you're gonna hate me for this, but I gotta go to the bathroom. So, think about it. Think about the solution while I'm doing that. Alright, I'm back. What do you guys think? Dun, dun, dun. If you don't know, we'll press.
Hold it.
Does this mean that you already have the results back? We have confirmed that the shape of the Babahi's knife blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensics team with your own. I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear. I hardly say your logic is sound, which you'll see in a bit. If you can prove me wrong, please, by all means, go ahead. Now let us return to your testimony. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding.
Hold it.
You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Yatagarasu. When I heard that the girl screamed coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there motionless with the knife in her hands. But I already told you, I only came in here because I was also after the Yatagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights, and then... You found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you? We can't trust the words of a suspect. The only thing you'll accept is evidence, is it? That's the only acceptable way to counter an argument of Interpol on the scene of a crime. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that could prove me innocent? I think I do, because there's one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. It wants me to examine something. There's a lot of skill detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle of this knife is removable. I guess so people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, detective. We already knew that the handle was reversible, but I'm not sure how relevant that is right now. The handle isn't bloody? This Yatagarasu key was originally made to open the safe in the Balinese Embassy Secretariat office. And whilst the blade looks like a simple knife at first glance, when viewed head-on, it's actually the same shape as the second keyhole in the safe. This key was stolen by the Yatagarasu 7 years ago from the Godopian emissary, which suggests that this was made while Godopia still existed as a country. Back to holding it. I ask that you please refrain from speculation. It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate. They burned away Awario. That's the logic that they provided. Miles Edgeworth, know that an ungrateful loss will not be tolerated, my subordinate. Now impute your hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what is your investigation for? Yes, you are correct. Thank you. Helping a subordinate out with advice is the job of any good superior. She seems to be rather enjoying herself. But she is correct nonetheless. Agent Sheena, please continue with your testimony.
Hold it.
About the three-piece set, is there really no other like it? Let's ask Ambassador Poleno for more details, shall we? The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Bobal, engraved on them. Because there are only 3 of them in the world, they are very, very valuable. The national symbol, huh? Well, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Albessian set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. I see. Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue. No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you for not deciding that for me. I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at reality the way it is. Are you sure you're not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? As she puts her glasses on. Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you. Perhaps. But our definitions of reality are a tad different. Are the two of you done chatting? I read all this already. Alright, chat, what are we doing? Oof, that sounds like pain. But it was probably tasty, right? Is I damn well hope it was. Let's see, the knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument. Anyone want to play? Anyone got a solution or wants to present a theory? We've got a full health bar. You can just throw stuff into the void. You don't have to be right. If you have a suspicion, let me know. Statement 1. Statement 2. Stevish is saying present the knife, but which statement? Oreo wants to present the knife on statement 2. 1 is labeled as a key, Fire Ninja. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was, in fact, not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon? This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, Balby's knife has now been disassembled into 2 parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body, and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Melanie's knife handle, swapped with the real murder weapon's handle, its blade has yet to be found. Your argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles. Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem. The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not, and could not have been Mr. Cochin's killer. There is quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I've become accustomed to seeing blood. But this is not what's important right now. What is this mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. What are we presenting, chat? The badge! Aware wants to present the embassy guide. Do we agree? Two votes is enough because this is not a major one. You can't be serious. It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knights. This part of the knight handle has Babal's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Balbanese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena? After the fire had broken out. That's right, Kay entered the Balbanese emissary after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastan side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastan object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. You know what? True. Way to go, Mr. Edwards, sir. What a great victory. Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife? Here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Babal? It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way a real great thief operates. Okay? Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth. For proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... Damn. Why'd you have to say that? Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight. Would you care to elaborate? Why am I being abused? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again? Look how many times I have to explain it to you. I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
Preposterous. On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof. Mr. Sheena. Yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. Not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you, too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? Whoa. Well, I guess we better get going. Going? To where? To the Kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We don't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. Let's see where the Alabastian knife came from. We'll have to pay the Alabastian emissary a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I do not tolerate you bringing the investigation to our house. Understood. Your sunglasses stuck. I'm stealing. To be continued. We finished part 1, chat. If you're curious at how many parts are in this case, there's actually less parts than the last case. But these parts are longer, so it ends up making this case significantly longer. But there's less overall parts. Wait, no, never mind. I'm wrong. There are 7 parts, and we just finished the first one. I'm completely off base. Yeah, okay, we're in for the long ride. You ready, chat? We want to try and at least get halfway through this case today. Which might be hard. No, you are not ready. Same. Count off! 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1! 1, 1! Shifu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you, the second number 1 from my right. Sir, yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. You are more than a man than will ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi, and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir! Shifu, I can't believe you remembered that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. This is embarrassing. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone head to your posts. Dismissed, sir. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena and she's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian emissary. And what if I say no? Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended to the same rights. Sorry sis, but it's not that simple. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world. Or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, only about half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen and we might spill the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take it the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Ugh. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over at Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. there a problem here, Agent Lang? Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country? I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It's all because I lacked the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling, curse your reality and inability to effect change in your country. What are you? The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that, in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? Oh, no way! Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please consider reletting them into Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Balvahese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings, completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Papal someday. Bro just gives out coupons to everyone. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in. Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Why did they just make rasp noise? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Kama, the prosecutor protege. It's nice to see you again. Ooh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Kama. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation Albast in your hands. Thanks, rest assured I lost my both the smuggling and the Yatagalasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. I mustn't forget to thank Alabaster Paleno for all that he's done for us. You made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babalese ink? Why are there restrictions on the export of Babalese ink to begin with? That's classified into Franziska, as your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Points taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhengfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced. The counterfeits are being made with special Babalese ink, and it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babalese ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Colton was smuggling large amounts of Babalese ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess. You still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listening things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in Babali's embassy. We're looking into the Arvesian embassy next. Doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Let me in. You have been granted permission to enter by Ambassador Alba. Please feel free to enter the Flower Nation, the Kingdom of Alabast. The Flower Nation, you say? Well, the garden certainly lives up to its name. Yes, it does. Our rose garden, which is in full bloom right now, is really something else. If only it wasn't. I could enjoy myself a bit more then. Ambassador Paleno, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's all I could do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational! You really piqued my curiosity. I know there aren't much, but I know I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. Stop giving me fuck you coupons. No, that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? And what exactly is it? It's a fountain pen ink, known as Babali's ink. It's made exclusively in Babal. So this is Babali's ink. We make it from white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Great, wonderful. I guarantee you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabast, so we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Babel East side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away, no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Just 1 second, I'm checking something, chat. Okay. Whoa! What do you think you're doing to my subordinates? You're... And Geo, thanks to heavens you're here! Oh my fucking god. It's him. How does he keep getting involved in this shit, chat? How does he keep getting involved in this? I'm in really, really big pickle, your lordship! The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh! And though I am the steel samurai, my sword, it... Ah, I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I am Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neo Old Tokyo, milady. Oh my gosh, his fucking face. What is he doing here? Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Of course it's Buzz. Hey, what's up with that answer? You best bud isn't a bind, you act like it's no big deal? What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind! I accidentally became a suspect in a murder! I see. That is quite the bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by 1. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. Poor Edgeworth, dude. What's going on? And why are you beat red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Aha. So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you might ask? Of the murder of a man who snuck into this emissary. Masked a mask to... Are you fucking joking? Why are we bringing mask to mask into this shit? What is this game? It's just, let's throw as many Ace Attorney 1 references as we possibly can into one game. Sure, why not? Ace Attorney original trilogy. Now this is getting a hand, now that there's 2 of them. Masked in Mask 2? Well, we got double murder on our hands, chat. Only Larry could get himself into another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shifu, we have identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... Hey, it's my boy! Agent Lang. Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You, let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I've even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found. What an incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. About the murder of Damask 2, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and pulled ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damask too. He broke into this emissary. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Why exactly was the man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? I know, right? Aren't they, Sage? They're totally going to. I'm starting a revolution here. How you doing today, Sage? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at Alabestian Emissary, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, for the guests who had been called to sit them, were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. Larry, what the fuck were you doing? Larry, what the fuck are you doing? Larry, why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep doing this to me, Larry? Why do you keep doing this to me? This guy, dumb. He really is. This is more... No, I'm sorry. He's Maurice. Denuxium. Larry the Santa. How does he keep landing these jobs, dude? That chimney leads directly into this room. Ugh. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? He's that guy. We are all... Larry is the protagonist, and we're all living in his world. In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. You did some investigating over in the Babalese emissary too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Langzi says, a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is, he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I am currently handling 2 cases? Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. I want to question you first. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you too! What is it? It's like, both you and him? I should give that... No, Larry totally needs a stoner voice. This dude is a fucking stoner. I need to give him a stoner voice. Give me a second. How is it that you two of you are always managing to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippy Whip Trip. Wow! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Laurice Donium now? That's Denuxium! Laurice Denuxium! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Ow, 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 ow! Now that I remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, 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 you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Laurice business. Besides, when Banjolita left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. Donim, just so you know, got it. French is weird. I like my pronunciation better. I believe you say that he picked up this part-time job as a seal samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it. I knew you knew what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's just so much as I understood. But a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, lady. Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? They don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. Oh, shit. Hey, White Pac-Man, thank you so much for the reprime sub. I appreciate you. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. Damn, just fucking shit-talking him. Her past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. How can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Frenzy from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to is probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess, now. Oh. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, that wintry customer, the legendary hero. Legendary hero? Santa Claus. You fucking actually— no! I'm done with this man. I was joking! Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up on one of the chimneys. But when I got there, there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. This fucking idiot, and? Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming out, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know! I didn't graduate from junior high, you know. Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Aw, crud! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as a prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit! No! Hey, wait a second. We're not in court. This fucking man is an impossible man. Is impossible. There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing the flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Balbanese knives. Which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Koshin. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Balbanese knives, which means that I should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Koshin. Whoa. One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces of the blade and handle fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Hello, Phoenix, how are you doing today? That this means that the Alabastian knife did find its way into Babal. But how? I can spot absolutely no difference between this Primadux statue and Babal's. The statue's face looks a bit like that costume heroes that you like so very much. I really wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least, I don't suppose so. That game's pretty fun. I should potentially play it more. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced that this spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? This one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence. That will point something out about this spear. What evidence is he talking about, chat? What evidence is he talking about, chat? We don't have a lot. There's something about the spear, apparently, according in Edrith's own words. Fire Ninja says it looks like someone tickled the spear's neck. The badge? It's not the fucking badge. It's not the fucking badge. The spear is straight in the autograph, is what Zoldo's saying. Yeah, go autograph. Eureka! Larry, about this spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me, or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Take a good look at this you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and bam! It hit the wall! You unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I brought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a used hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip, and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that! I mean what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that. It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear. But it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You can hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that as part of your personality is cute. I see. Your friendship is truly something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation. Samurai spear. No, Awario. I don't think they are. What is that plant supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Mine is to it. As a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Francisca's trying to threaten my salary. Alright, let's examine the dead body now. So this is the victim, Damask 2. What is with his gaudy outfit? Give me 1 second. Francisco's trying to gumshoe me. You don't know about Mask Damask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Yatakarasu? I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he would know more about Damask. That's alright. I'll probably hear tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. Alabast, Prima Duck statue, 5th floor, Ambassador's office. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room are written by hand. There is something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Prima Duck statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request for someone about what to steal. Just who was the person that requested the theft of the Prima Duck statue? I thought that Damascus quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashinu. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damask 2. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. So this is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's the Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because, although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You still know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to providing him innocent. There is not a single thread of fashion sense in Damask's costume. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold? Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. I got your point about these three foolishes back, Francisca. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. Larry, why are you like this? You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Foolish fool looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Angie, you believe me? Not for good reasons, Larry. I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. It wasn't used recently? Isn't that unusual in its own right? This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open at his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly there's a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costume vectors? That man is so old. He is so old. The counterpart to the Balbanese butterfly is the Alabastian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Baval? That's... no? Aching, baby. Hi, Prosecutor Gavin. How are you doing today? Francisca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's see what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How's that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Let's continue the investigation. Why can't you just admit I had something there? No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. And how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? There was the exact same statue sitting in the Papa Lee's office we examined. It's the Prima Duck statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabasta and Baba claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. It's a prima duck statue. There was one of these on the Bali side as well. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Ethiopia. There's only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. And it will claim to have the real thing, and it won't budge for the claim. Okay, chat, we can deduce here. What are we deducing? There is a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Balinese knife's handle, this larger one gives Alabas more presence. We're not going to talk about the thing that's missing. Not even going to bring it up. You know what? Fuck you. Fine. Are there anything about these statues that look weird? There was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Balinese side, but I can't see any of the details from this distance. Alright, what are we deducing here, chat? I'm gonna be real, I don't know. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. You deduce that you're very... Okay, I understand. Hi, waifu. Deduce these nuts? Wow. Is there anything about these statues that look unusual? Not really. Ah. I think I get it now. I think I understand now. Should we present that, chat? Go for it. Look at this photo and then tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes that top knot's hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in this photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Okay, now what does it want me to investigate? I've already examined that. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers are lovely. These must have had an equally lovely name. Madam Edgeworth, are you done studying? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Why are these important? I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Yo, Pink Princess! How are you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabestian emissary a visit. I believe I may need to speak to her as well. Fire Ninja, if it is, I'm literally gonna uninstall the game. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Oh no, it isn't gonna hit. Miss Princess, if you would please answer. Ah! I'm uninstalling! I'm uninstalling the fucking game. I'm uninstalling it. I'm done. Okay, fine. It's just... What the fuck, dude? Why is she here? Why are you here, bitch? Why are you here? This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? Why is she here? 2 days ago, you were working as a mascot. How do you change jobs that quickly? I'm so done with this woman. What the? Aren't you Miss Oldbank? Why are you so surprised? Ah, so you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You are acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know? She had a mascot degree, apparently. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. No. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, Etchy Poo. You misjudged him? I thought that he was trying to avoid me, you know? That was no misjudgment on your part. That is precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and now he's willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Etchy Pool. I'll chase you forever, to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewaterland as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago! That was 2 fucking days ago! That was 2 fucking days ago! That was yesterday! That wasn't even 2 days ago! Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you? Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly that they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. They did not have enough people on staff at that studio. I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's gonna have a terrible time with you. I mean, that's really great. We stand at the very last second. Start for the most important lines. There's that ragdoll says assurance and stand by him. And the audience was an uproar, but at least when your hands to forgive me, I'll tell you, they're really a bunch of simpletons. You're a rather lively old lady. Oh, great. She has a weapon this time. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. She may be able to parry Francesca. Uh-oh. Dark Souls boss fight. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. Larry. This is definitely Larry. Oh my god. Larry, why do you... Larry, why do you keep writing love letters that sound like you're going to threaten and kill someone? This is the second time. This is the second fucking time you've wrote a love letter that sounds aggressively threatening. First it was Iris, now it's Mindy. Or Wendy. That's Mindy. Yeah, he's tried to cite Mindy. He's just horrible at writing. He's just... I was taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. I kind of just spoiled probably one of the things we have to present by saying that, and I apologize. I'm flabbergasted. I'm just so flabbergasted at the audacity of Larry. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. Huh, how absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think he could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? Ah, but now that you're here, Edgy-Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy-Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy-Poo. Stop being so dismissive and paying hard to get. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. But a murder occurred in the room next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy-Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me. If you could please not cling to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that? No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have had the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. One thing I always find hilarious is that if you look at Old Bag's profile, it never tells you her age. Like, ever. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Is that Missile? Is that Missile? Is that my boy Missile? This dog. Adakasa the assistant dog in the search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile, my boy. The boy. My friendo. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Immediately find something. Good dog, you're really quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... wait, Francisca, isn't that an official samurai dog? Ah, no, bad missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the seal samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog in there in the first place. It looks like there was a snack wasn't all Missile found. And what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. And ate it, yeah. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing? I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the person of said undershirt. Do I need to say anything more, chat? Should I connect these? This is too hard. It's too hard, Mr. Streamer. There is no trace of this room fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least, according to Larry. This is a contradiction of the facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Ordbag's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Precisely. Edgeworth's superpower is literally thinking, yes. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you would have liked. Thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found here at the crime scene. What? I love her face here. Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing! Nothing, I tell you! What? Oh, I admit I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that pink present costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, why, please don't phrase it like that. Old bag, please don't phrase it like that. I really don't want to, don't. You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. Both these instructions, I agree, Cactus. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am! If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm as relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this other tabloid articles. Missing the cameras, missing the lawyers. I make sure it's my fault they're missing. Speaking of missing, there's a matter of my husband. Can you believe we got married? He said, I guess I'm sick of marrying you. And I proposes that. He's just done of husband. My daughter deserve you, and I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions. So I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow, the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours. Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues. But I suppose I should ask for more details. That says make him keep up with old bag. I'm trying my best. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo. Oh, shut the fuck up, old bag.
Hold it!
If you could stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag? No! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyways, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you going to stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to arrest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, by preparation, you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think of this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. They were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. Old bag, what's wrong with you? As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Who am I saying no to you? Only give you one. The rest are all for me. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transforms into a pair of annoying troublemakers. There's only one option here. The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Ah! What are you getting all excited after holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Sedgworth, you uncouth sea slug! If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There is an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns a secret passage. Wow. You uncouth sea slug has been added to your vocabulary now? Same. That's a great term. Secret tunnel. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room, but the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there's a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as Damask 2's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with Damask 2's murder. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then, if you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know that there is still something you are keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why won't you believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you, I should have just hurried up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. Damn, Larry. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion. Alright, Larry, you're a bit much. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face of me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although, allow me to say that I consider to be among the innocent in this case. And that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? Wario, I don't think that counts, because I was just reading what the game said. That's not necessarily a funny quote that I made up myself. That is just me reading a quote from the video game. So I'm not really a fan of that one. Remember, it's supposed to be for funny things that I say. It's kind of cheating if we're taking the comedy of the game that I'm reading, because that's not me, that's just the game. Now, if it was something I said in reaction to what the game said, that could potentially count as a quote, especially out of context. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as what you did on the roof tonight. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came to the emissary. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. Then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you to not lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. What exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing. I can't just blurt it out. You're just gonna have to reason it out of me. Oh, I hate this man. Fucking Larry, man. Azo Superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. My ears are starting to bother me, chat. Mainly from wearing the headphones. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came to the emissary. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. As I suspected, you do have something to hide, Larry. But what could be so embarrassing that you'd be willing to go to jail for it? This man's mind is a complete mystery to me. I believe it is a secret to everyone of a normal mindset how Larry's mind works. However, taking into account his unusual, woman-obsessed way of thinking, I believe that his lie this time is also related to a woman, and that is what I intend to prove. Ooh, I know that feeling, Awario. Sucks. Alright, chat, what am I presenting here? Or what am I pressing? Check what Edgar says after all. That's what he says. You do have something to hide, but what could be so embarrassing that you're willing to go to jail for it? Mind the mystery. Secret. However, taking into account his usual woman-obsessed way of thinking, I believe that his lie this time is also related to a woman, and that is what I intend to prove.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at Gourd Lake. Ugh, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. That sounds like you guys share a lot of history. Perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know? Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes out of family chimney, after all. Actually, it's worth delving in whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Are we raising an objection, chat? Raise it? I'm tired. I don't like that. I want to not be tired anymore. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Angie, that's so incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love. That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. But a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a tie when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present to was most certainly this. Who is it, chat? Chat, who is it? Who is Larry trying to deliver a present to? Awario says Wendy. Do we agree, chat? Hi, Amarel. If anyone denies, I will go. I mean, if anyone doesn't deny. Seems like we got Zoldo and Awario might be the only ones playing right now. Come on, chat. Let's play. This is meant to be interactive. Of course, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I really appreciate it. Alright, nobody's responding, so we're just gonna present Wendy.
Take that!
Huh, interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I tried to go down a chimney. Ow. I advise you to stop talking like that and you're bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the wants to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed, under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summarized with this. What are we presenting now, chat? You want to present the letter from a stalker? Anyone disagree with this? I see no one disagreeing.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. No way! But it's not really all that important, is it? It's always like this. You act like so high and mighty, and then you bully me. That's why I refuse to look at it. Be quiet and just take a look. Well, if you say so, Frankie, but only because you say so. Some people never change, even if their attitudes change at the whim of a woman. So what's up with that anyway? Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course. Oh, is that all? Well, I don't need it right now, so I'll just give it back to you. What? I've got you on the ropes now, don't I? Was that piece of evidence unrelated to the question at hand? I need to think through this one more time. Larry didn't know one very important fact when he tried to sneak into the old bat's room. And that fact is best summarized with this. Try again, chat. What are we presenting? Having low context is making this difficult? Yeah. There is something else, Awario. You didn't know we had the stand-in request? The stand-in request? Stand-in request. Request for Miss Oldbag to stand in for Mindy, the pink princess actress who fell ill. Should I present this, Awario? Yeah, this is one of the problems with trying to make this stream interactive. I'm trying my best. I really wanted to. But I might have to readjust my plan for investigations too. I'll see. You already know all the answers? That makes sense, Waifu. Yeah, definitely don't answer. No voters at all. In that case, Awario, we're just gonna go with your answers if nobody else is gonna say yes or no. You have the power.
Take that.
This is something the old lady received from her employer that night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? Why do you have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Hold it. Hey, Edgy. You can't handle that power? Yes, you can. I believe in you. Looks like I got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up. I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. I guess Old Boy's here has something he'd like to say. Lang V says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. Now, I get it, although you shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that I should lose your victory prize will be your arrest? Larry is a special kind of idiot, isn't he? So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for that speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through that much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this? Not as a confession, but as testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? Fine, I'll check the meme. I don't get it. You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man, and while his edgy poo is alive, I can't just drop him information. No, I can't. There are subjects which anyway by the woman that's one for my edgy poo, which I pass with flying color. But now when I say really true to my edgy poo, the rest of my journey, and I'm so inspired! You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's funny. I thought I heard something ominous just now. Perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy? Everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally pro at this now. Very well. You wish to see the evidence? Then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. So you think all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for my speech. Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of my mistake, maybe the speech. Then to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging for me to show why he bothered to put himself through all of this. So chat, why did he bother to put himself through all of this? Why would he ever put himself through so much humiliation on purpose, chat? How many statements are there? 5. Alright, MRL, I'm gonna be honest, I don't care too much. It's kind of funny, but I don't care. This is what Wario is asking us to present. And Morale, I just said I don't really care. Since nobody's doing it, I'm just gonna confirm your choice because nobody else is voting.
Objection!
Oh, sorry, Wario. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey, why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? You weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ah! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you're not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry had intended to meet was Mindy? The shirt makes absolutely no sense, Wario. I'm gonna be honest with you. It doesn't make any sense. That shirt doesn't prove anything. There's no way for him to know that there was a shirt there. And yeah, but yeah, we're going. It's this part.
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English. You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing. There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But I'll have to wait until we're out of this crime scene. Gee, save me from this scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again? It's a fake! Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter to set me up! Accepted defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, of all people, have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life. Tisk. It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight, for you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. This one should be pretty obvious, right, chat? What is a sample of Larry's handwriting that we have on us? Stevish is saying the autograph. It's not the fucking badge.
Take that!
This autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Yeah. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the big princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, all right? I wanted to go into Missy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. Your mind jumps from the door to the chimney. What criminally overreactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under her door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. Damn, Edgeworth going fucking in! However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least, I could attest to that about you. Edgy, you're... Ah! We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow! In any case, I believe we can say that you now know exactly what happened. Mr. Lilybuzz thought to climb down the chimney, not for accessing the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor, although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Ow, hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Eek! Edgy, that guy, he looks like so seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks for the cooperation. I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem is me figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But this is one game I can't afford to lose. I was the one who found the body of the victim Damask too. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai dressing room. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner had wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. And it's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Edgerlang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being, meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Alright, chat, what are we doing? What are we doing, chat? Inspect the sword. Weapon that's used on stage is thought to be what killed Damask too. This is the only thing that we can do for the sword. We unfortunately are not given the option to inspect it in 3D. That looks pretty blunt. Well, the victim died due to blunt trauma. It was I who found the body of the victim in Mask 2. Beside him was a samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here as well. Let's start pressing. So you were the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babal. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. Ha! So you're going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. But in the Babalese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out to you? I mean, the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the tests, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. Beside him was a samurai sword, covered in the victim's blood. I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing.
Hold it!
About this samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirm that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well, I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning that it is possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Now let's continue. Yes, I am, but it'll be after Zelda. So we've got a new statement, chat. Anything I should present here? I've got a suspicion of what I should present here. Wonder if anyone's else is caught on. Granted, I have full knowledge of the game because I'm actually paying attention. So that helps my case. Cactus wants to present notes on body to 6. Cactus, I'm gonna be honest with you. The notes on the body is for a completely different corpse for a completely different murder. Sorry, Fire Ninja. I have to. It's impossible for me to stop. So yeah, that's definitely not relevant. Inspect the spear. Weapon that's used on stage. Larry hit it against a wall and bent it. It's hollow. Pew, pew. All on the handle too is what you're curious, but you assume so. So this is the new statement that was added when we pressed. So as with Ace Attorney logic, this is the most likely statement. Of course, that's not always true. Sometimes Ace Attorney throws red herrings at you, but it's very unlikely. So I'm just letting you know that for information's sake. So this is probably the statement we want to present on. Because it does, MRL, and it's allowed to. Check the samurai sword. Weapon that is used on stage. It is thought to be what killed Damask too. You mean like this? That's the best that I could do. Or you just want to see, like, behind it. Like this. Oh, no, I can't do that. I'm not breaking my deck to do that. What are we doing, chat? I'm pretty sure that it never had that feature to begin with, MRL. At least I never saw it. Chat, what are we doing? Present the sword? Nah, Awario says nah. What are you thinking, Awario? Use your gigantic Giga Brain. You don't know what it is? I have an idea. Need a hint? I'm not 100% sure about my answer. I might as well just check if I'm right, actually. Fire Ninja says the spear. Do we agree with that? Awario is also agreeing. Any objections? Remember, you got tons of health. If you want to just throw it out, we can. There's no, like, we're not going to lose much. You don't. That's why I'm saying you don't need to overthink these games. You're given lots of chances, and I can save scum to get more chances. Do it. All right, I've got Fire Ninja and Awario agreeing, so we're gonna go with it. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? Heh, it's a long spear, right? We used those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapons of heroes throughout history. Is the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in the embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow. Let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him? Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. Why does that matter? Why is it important that we know that? Uh-oh. That's weird. Ouch. That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. And now back on topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risk in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's either smart, not very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that the defendants are found guilty in court. There's nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion. However, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attacker killed Damask II without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you'll know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course. What I need is even evidence he can't refute. This is it. The time to bring this to a close. It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We search the embassy, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is on only that weapon. So it isn't only natural that the suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon. How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we have examined every corner within the walls of these embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword. You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it crystal clear for you. Haha, I already know! I already know! Do you, chat? My mind is being expanded as we speak. It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We search the emissary, top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. You're making me feel bad? How am I making you feel bad just because I got it when I have 110% focus on the game and have missed 0 cues when everyone in chat is not only not playing and not controlling it, but has probably went AFK or missed some things on the screen? Of course I'll get it faster than chat. Of course. You have no idea what's happening? You'll figure it out. I could prove to you the possibility that the murder weapon is something else. But I cannot do so on my strength alone. Miles Edward, what are you running straight into a quagmire for? I thought you said that you were busy in pursuit of the perfect truth. And if that's the case, then show me this perfect truth if it exists at all. Don't worry. Thanks to you, I've already prepared myself to do just that. There's no need to thank me. I'm simply doing what any good superior would. Your power is out for good tonight? Oof, damn, it must be bad there. Very well then, I will show you the possibility of a different murder weapon. Ugh. So it seems like the case he has is that they searched the emissary top to bottom, but they found nothing else with a blood on it.
Hold it.
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword? That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what have I already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that a samurai sword is the weapon? Should we raise an objection, chat? If you believe there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what you may possibly be the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this emissary, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course, because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Damask 2. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this. Well, chat, what are we presenting? MRL, we're not presenting the hot dog. Statue? Kite is asking about this one. Awario wants to present it. Do we agree with this?
Take that.
The National Treasure of Alabast. You mean the Primadux statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which, I believe, means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? Ha 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 ha! You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationships teeters the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the crime scene are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please let's be rational about this. Langzi says, just go already. Yes, sir. Shifu, yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Prima Duck statue. I see. Wait, but the investigation is at a standstill. Is it like I will go and speak to the ambassador personally? Save your breath. He may got all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang. What do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. Well, but Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine. So if someone is going to take responsibility, let it be mine. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a luminol chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminol test. Ah, good thinking. If the statue is a murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensic team in here. And there you go. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed Damask 2. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate just yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damask 2, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. Well, that's pretty damning, isn't it? Ugh. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. That's a definitive piece of evidence like you doing under here. Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze. Ugh. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensic guy, I want results of these fingerprints ASAP. You hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Malabi's embassy? The prints belong to him, to Mr. Manny Koshin, sir. What? But how? He's dead. But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each primitive statue can only be handled by someone of the country. But by the very fact that Mr. Kochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Prima Duck statue. Impossible! It can't be! Ah! Larry never once set foot on Bumblebee's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastian knife in Babal. And Damask too was killed on Alabastian soil with a Babal's national treasure. And the mysterious of the great thief Yatagarasu had visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. To be continued. All right, chat, I'm going to go refill my water, and then we're going to go on. We're going to be, we're about, if we finish the next part, I don't know if we're halfway through, but we would be close to the halfway through point once we complete the next part. So, but this is a very long case, so I'll be right back. So I'm probably going to go late tonight again, 6 hours, just to make sure we can clear this tomorrow. But we'll see. I might make tomorrow the long stream. All right, I'll be right back. Just getting some water. It won't be a long break. Alrighty then, chat room. I have returned with liquid. I'm now hydrating. Open air stage. I've left Damask 2 investigation of Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! It's okay. What's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well, then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. Look, they're doing their best, okay? In any case, yeah. You like them? You probably don't like them, but, you know, I like them. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. You have permission to enter the Alabastrian Embassy. Is that correct? Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with the investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sirs? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that interested to go find her. I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Okay, so these three pieces of evidence no longer exist. I will remove those from the list myself as well. Now then, I don't believe I've been needing this anymore either. What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away? Yeah, those pieces of evidence are gone. Okay. Let me just make sure the updated list worked. Yes, it worked. Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai autograph scrumped up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Aw, he got rid of the autograph. Rest in pepperoni. Gotta remove that as well. Oop, I spelled that wrong. There we go. Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence is removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Fuck! It didn't tell me what it removed! Fuck you, game! Okay, what do we got here? What was removed? We gotta go one by one, chat. So the samurai sword was removed. The photo with the steel samurai was removed. Okay. Here's the new evidence list. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So what did you find out? Well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Paleno. Oh? And what is this something interesting? This, sir? Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, detective? So apparently if you burn the special wit crystal oil, then they only make in Babal. It burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out. Hey Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it project the images. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. You think you could do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Oh, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Runs on wit crystal oil, which burns green. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are... discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what is it used for? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. What did you miss? We removed a bunch of evidence. We're walking our way over to investigate the other crime scene now, and Gumshoe told us about this neat silhouette lantern that runs on wit crystal oil, which burns green. And that's about it. I heard that tonight over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Nanny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yadagarasu started. Exactly. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Prima Duck statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babal used to be one country called Cadopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Prima Duck statue belonged to the founders of Cadopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Cadopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. Oh, yeah, no, don't worry. That's the current evidence list. They removed a lot of evidence. So I also went in and manually removed a lot of evidence. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabast and Ball were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Prima Duck statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Poleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Poleno, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes? And don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. This guy's just out here like, please visit us, we're dying. Manny Koshin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose it was because he was an able man I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Koshin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Balabee's representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, at tonight's events proceeded without a hitch. Our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Ambassador Poleno, could you please look at this for me? The Prima Duck statue sitting in Alabast right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. Then you'll understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Prima Duck statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it's definitely Alabast's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out! Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? To be honest, I don't think he is making a mistake. That isn't really a nice way to do politics to this degree. If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you headed back to the Abalest? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babal is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. meaning that somehow both murder weapons are smuggled into two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alibastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it is vital that I investigate this Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it, but how did water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything that can get wet from around here. I was thinking, they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. I think I might know what that is. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind, and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day, it'll be some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'll be honored to hold on to it for you. We're having a real time of cleaning up after the fire. I suppose we should stay out of here and investigate the stage some more then. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the Greatest Great Thief Show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabas now, but I know, I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, that was from Jessica. How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl, the investigation into Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation of the Yatagarasu has. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu. Even though I find it hard to believe, suppose that you could freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabas. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and then just suddenly, it vanished. After that, there was a fire at the Barrow Base Embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Alright, gamers, let's do it! There is an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu, however there were people in my way, and I was unable to land a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke to love of King Primadux. Huh. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue, and she somehow made the leap to that. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics, this pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain's water are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case. Why? Why? Why are you... How? I'm not gonna question it. I'm just gonna move on. How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Angie. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think I'm the type that just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Yes. Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? A nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile, how could you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell in the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick. The pink princess. The pink princess? Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yeah, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide or hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! For this particular stage show, yes, Bakiri. Also, hi, Bakiri. How are you doing? Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. This statue bears a resemblance to the Prima Duck statue. The plaque says, Queen Prima Ducks and the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Prima Duck put his life on the line and went to war. So Prima Duck was actually a person of royal blood? I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. What that surprises me is a real person who looks like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they're grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I better leave it be. I should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Of all the people to comment on the proper balance of things. This case is the last case of the game, Bakiri. It's long AF. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely. However, what was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they're supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. That's such poor planning if there's no other place than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made city arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, because since that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Yep, the case 4 took us 6 hours. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I could be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief all right, with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's what cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu!" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the deft thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing's for certain. The Yatagarasu was here. If you're saying that, basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette. Yes. If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with the same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing in the shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Then let's hear what you have on the subject. What really cast the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Well, chat, what cast the shadow of the Yatagarasu? The statues? I don't know. I just came back. Welcome back, by the way. Leaf and statue. So you're saying this part here? Potentially, yeah. Well, we got plenty of health. We can send it if you guys want to. Send it.
Take that.
The sudden appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue?
Objection.
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct. However, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part of the real form of the Yatagarasu's shadow? Well, chat, what is it? Do we have, like, an image of what they saw? The leaf above the statue? Try the leaf.
Take that!
Francisca, if you could take a look at this. Do you find it to be a bit suspicious? Not at all. Huh, as I thought. For you see, I was merely testing you just now. We have no time to waste on your pompous talk. On with your explanation already. I guess Francisca just couldn't understand my point. I need to think this through again. Now, the Yatagarasu's shadow. There really only one thing that can explain how it was a cast, and it must be this. What is the other part of the shadow? We really need a reference? I agree. Unfortunately, they're not giving you one. That said, don't overthink it, chat. Remember, chat, some of these things might not have been in this position during the actual, like, murder. The Curie is saying the other statue. Fire Ninja is saying the roses. What are we gonna submit on? Other statue? Should we send it on the other statue, chat? I'm not seeing any objections.
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu's shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two statues' shadows will create Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up the spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primadux in the battlefield, the shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set up a light on the queen who spoke to love to Queen Primadux, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Aha, so if you were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Remember, rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and that one part is alone to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. It's showing an outline of it right now, chat. Burn that into your memory, because it's probably gonna ask us this question now. You got it, chat? Why did you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu's shadow? You guys are saying the hand right now. Raises his hand. That was enough people saying it. Thinking back to what is missing in our shadow, 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position? so that it only shines on the queen's left hand. Alright, I'll just give it a try and see what we get. It's... Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we could assume was also part of the culprit's plan. Emerald, what the fuck? They're fine. I like them. I don't know why people seem to have a problem with it. Because you're not the first person to say that, and I really don't get that. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished. Which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Yeah, but this is a fake one, so I could be whatever I fucking want to. How's the investigation going? Oh, it's bad. Detective Bad, have you come to join us and investigated the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes. So, what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. Because we are ready to face whatever might come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, "I'm telling ya, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air? The times, they are a-changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you could see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Balbe's embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Albest. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. And am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Balbe's embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Here we go. To think after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palenio, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murderer really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Miss Paleno. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure! Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content! Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Paleno. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sister Paleno! Those sure got to chum me awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then, we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Koshen's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key to the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman is almost definitely Mr. Koshen's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like a person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. And this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. You can see the Alabastian emissary through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damask 2 was killed. What? You don't mean the Damask 2? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though Damask 2 was merely an imposter of the original. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's office have them too. Two? There is a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that Blaze undershirt in the fireplace. If that was that traumatizing, why didn't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You can climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Babal Gear gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind. What else? And I'll steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right now. There is a bottle of Babali's ink on Mr. Koshen's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Babali's ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Balabee's embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. 2? Why is this the first I'm hearing of this? Why is this the first I'm fucking hearing of this, guys? Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninjas show. Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninjas show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninjas show was the second one of the night? Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Pad make a reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floor were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. Updated. This photo was taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors. So that means that picture must have been taken during the Jammin' Ninjas show then. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's... how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. Turnabout Ablaze. Do you see why it's called Turnabout Ablaze now, chat? Because shit was on fire. I feel sorry for you, Mr. Paleno. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was he wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts today were. And if you happen to know, Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First, I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? This shit is literally fire emoji. Indubitably. Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Okay, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Interesting. Which is why both the Prima Duck statue and the Balabee's knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? About that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without a Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger? Oh, he was very good at being mad. Oh, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babanese ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the Photoshop, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the emissary staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Kochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there, in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Polena, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Kochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green? What was the cause? Well, lit crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Balby's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know? I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? It appears that Mr. Kochin's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that's left to tell the tale of his murder. So this is the real Prima Dutch statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say. Okay, don't you fucking dare steal it. Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating, in my head, how much the statue is worth. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. We still don't know where the blade of the Bali's knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it? Hi, Shizuku. How are you? The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold wonderful promise of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. Yes, as it should be. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? What happens after you take them? That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from a flower vase. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Albus, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia. There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that! I see. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. Manny Kochin. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think that maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. That looked like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? Why wouldn't it, Shizuku? No thank you, I'm good. No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I am a prosecutor, and it is part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. I feel like I've examined everything. Oh, nope, there's an open desk. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can riffle through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must have been another souvenir from somewhere. We've got to deduce, chat, after opening this desk drawer. What in this desk drawer can we deduce on, chat? Mountain notes? Mountain note with mountain notes with mountain note. We don't have evidence called mountain note. You gotta tell me the Damask note? Any objections to this, chat? Weeball.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. You've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. I think we're good. I think we're good, bro. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Master Polano, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case... Ooh, did you figure something out? The note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II. Damask II? Then this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damask II to steal the Prima Duck statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabast's Prima Duck statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I could gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you could tell me would have been great help, Ambassador. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damask II. Actually, that fear may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved that the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Papal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know about Papal's Prima Duck statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We had to do something once the statue was revealed as the replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure that you're the ambassador of the reunited Kodopia." At that time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Kochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Kodopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have an answer as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpool people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. Aw, that was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find out my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet! So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Little Thief! You're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only ambassading because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it! Alright, here we go! Dark skies of evening, where no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route that the person Kay saw used as well. Ooh, what is this? Is this some sort of light show I wasn't told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreated in the room with the info I inputted. Really, that's certainly one interesting device you have there, Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. A fireplace, huh? Fireplace in relatively the same location. Okay, I read this already. This is the exact same text. So Babal is really into pushing the tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't you take one after this case? You already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I could continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Gem and Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. So by the time the Prima Deck statues have already been swapped, right? They must have been, as this one is covered in soot. What lousy timing. It just as the two countries are about to become friends again, too. It would have been better if I had stolen it than for it to get caught up in that fire. Okay, I think I understand your sentiment. However, if you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right? Hi, Glatcherbill. How are you doing today? If you could please stop stealing my lines. This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to the staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that, most likely, it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I didn't hear any chiming. That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged his internal mechanisms? Ambassador Poleno, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. How about you? I'm doing good. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. I am Mika Secret. Fuck you. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polano that put the wire in there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. Looks like one of the Bubbly's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially as the other two knives' handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure if I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. No, I've grown. I've become better. Is the charred remains of a falling ceiling plan. Ooh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yeah, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round, like a record. I see. I guess I could see how you might think that. I hate this game. You can see the Albastian embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating? Oh, I've read this already. I've read all this already. This looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Hey, but you're always touching all sorts. Okay, I read this already as well. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Poleno saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time he came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. Then this fire here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Polano was as lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. That person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. They must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is that person burned, it would make a rather sizable fire. That burns green, right? Yep, it's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. And I do believe that what you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? I mean, do I really need to spell it out to you, chat? This is like the most obvious present of all time. Like, straight up.
Take that!
The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Apply green. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we now established that the green flames are caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wet crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polano was mistaken about, right? Precisely. We found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. This is the thing that made from wet crystal oil that Ambassador Polano was mistaken about. Okay, you can answer this one, chat. What are we applying here? I wasn't there, so I don't know. I get it. Cactus is saying the ink. Special wet crystal oil based ink, limited in export because of its use in counterfeiting. This is what Cactus says. All in agreement? The problem is that this isn't a physical object that we found, Bakiri. This is something that we know exists, but we have no confirmation that it existed at the crime scene. Anyway, it's definitely the ink. It literally says in its description it's made from wet crystal oil.
Take that!
Validy's ink is made from wet crystal oil. Ooh, so it should burn the same color as the flames of the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Validy's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Kochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Kochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? Bakiri, remember, you were, what I was trying to say with that is that you were potentially one step ahead. I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Validy's ink, this is the source of the green flames. So, what are we presenting here, chat? Bakiri is saying Samani. And Glatcherbill agrees. That's 3 people.
Take that!
What would consume that great a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhangfa. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Kochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you can even so far as say he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Kochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Kochin and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. No, I don't think that was Link. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first file took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic? Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Balburi's embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Albast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. That's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Albast was proven to be just a fabrication. A shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious. Now when we're this close to capturing the fake, I mean, Callisto you. Good night, Bakiri. Oh no, we're definitely not finishing the game tonight, Bakiri. Absolutely not. We're like not even halfway through this case. I'm not exaggerating on that. We're gonna be finishing it tomorrow. I might start the stream at 6 o'clock tomorrow to ensure that we can get through the game 100% for sure. Just as a heads up. Okay? I'll announce that on the Discord as well. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy's huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and we lost it for a while.
Hold it!
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? Eek! I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. She can do whatever she wants, Secret. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably for when I found Mr. Kochin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Shina wasn't able to take me away. You covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Shina got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Shina was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Agent Shina mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard, she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? We've examined everything in this office, but there's still one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. Ambassador Paleno, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right, you also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is biliterally symmetrical. Bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin Ninja? Yes, that's right! I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Abal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, I mean, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Ambassador Alba's office fireplace is connected to the neighboring room fireplace. The Balburi's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Because this used to be one embassy, offices on the two sides are symmetrical. She was in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office until she tried to arrest Kay. What are we checking? What are we connecting, chat? Fireplaces in symmetry. The Alabastian and Babidi sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace might also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? Seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edward? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. My first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Alabast, I had to push where the X was on the far end of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? But we found an X where you thought there would be one, right? We did, but that's not what I'm referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? What's missing from this scene? What's missing, chat? If you push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn. A revolving fireplace wall, that's neat, sir. We should hurry up and... Wait, detective. There's something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there's also something I'd like to test. Like what, sir? I'll tell you later, detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood. Huh, that's odd. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Poleno said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? So what should I present, chat? What am I presenting here? Zoldo is trying to present two fires. Cactus is trying to present Valeno's testimony. Who's correct? What should we go with, chat? Testimony says to build Baladi's ink onto back wall while burning fires at fireplace. Left ashes that. Zoldo has changed his answer to that. That's 3 people. That's enough for me to send it.
Eureka!
Ambassador Polano, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out of the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? Why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Polano is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong, either. It's the fireplace that's causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files, and... Sounds like we pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Since it's coming on, you're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth's known for, you know? There is really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Alright, we've got renovations. Nobody's MSC is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. She was in the room next to Mr. Coach's office up until she tried to arrest Kay. The ashes should still be in the fireplace and are missing. Where did they go? Is it possible someone used the revolving fireplace wall? I need to examine it more. What should we connect here, chat? Hey! Fish Breath, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? Revolving fireplace in Sheena's location. Hi. I'm not always like this, just as a heads up. I have like 6 different ones. Just as a heads up. This one's new. Fireplace and ashes. Okay, we've got Glatcherbill who's saying Sheena's location and fireplace. Missing at Fire Ninja saying fireplace and ashes. Which one, chat? The first person to confirm what to give me another vote. Ashes and fireplace. Okay. 2 people are saying that one, so I'm gonna go with it. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Polano said that he spilled some Balabi's ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The 2 sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved to the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Kochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edward, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Alright, chat, what are we doing here? We've got renovations. The Valley's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Escape through the fireplace. The person Kay was chasing used the fireplace to escape into the room next door. Sheena's location. She was in the room next to Mr. Coach's office until she tried to arrest Kay. Cactus said it. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape it to the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh! It was that person's shirt. Yes, detective. Agent Sheena. Sheena. Investigation complete. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Koshin. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Mr. Sheena herself?
Hold it!
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask 2's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now! We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it! Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there. And we can see the spilled ink and everything. It really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Balinese ink you spilled, Ambassador, is on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time, so you can please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't even figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Huh. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy, I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off. Doesn't seem like I'm being boastful when I do that. Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect, for your sake. Yay, it looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective. Cough, cough, cough. Looks like you could use that fireplace like a door, sir. Yeah, but he was talking about this one. MRL. That's right here. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburdened ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I even paid the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it clean, but, you know. I see. Very well, then. As you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is... I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis of Mr. Kojin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go wait in the Theater Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. To be continued. This is where we're going to pause for the night, chat. We're going to continue this tomorrow, and I'm 100% starting the stream at 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'll post an announcement on that tomorrow, We're going to be doing extended stream tomorrow to finish this case off, get it done, get it over with, and so that we can move on to Zelda on Friday. So that'll be all very exciting. It's well past when I should be going to bed, MRL. I'm tired. We're about just under halfway through this case. So to expect tomorrow's stream to be a bit longer than this stream. But we're about like just under the halfway point, if you're curious as to how far we are. All right, everybody, this is where we're gonna end. You're at 78% complete. That's awesome. So we're gonna be finishing this game tomorrow, and then we're gonna be playing Zelda on Friday. And then after we beat Zelda, we're moving on to Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Get excited for that. I'm not exaggerating when I say that Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is like on a whole nother level of peak compared to this game. This game's fun, but Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is like pure distilled Ace Attorney goodness. All right, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow for more Ace Attorney and the finale. So I'll see you there. Let me see if there's anyone live right now to raid. I don't think there is, probably. I'm tired. I don't really want to think. Yeah, I don't want to think. No raid. Bye, everybody. Yay.